Good afternoon. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, everyone. Track announcer John G. Dooley alongside Rachel McLaughlin as we gear up for a 9-race program here today. Nice card on tap as we'll wrap up the day with the running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby. So nice way to kind of wrap up the card, wrap up the race week. Just a note for our horse players, the first race sprint, that'll be run on the main track, but turf course firm for the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. That wager is back in play, Rachel, on races 5, 7, and 8. But the opener, we've got ourselves a match race in the opening.
Yeah, we do. We had to take that off yesterday. There was a little bit of a sprinkler issue. They've been working on it, and Eric said it looks good and that it should be fine for the rest of the card. So just wanted to give it some time in the heat to dry out. It's had plenty of that because it is hot today.
Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage vying for a 21st career win. They'll be the 2 in the opening sprint. But again, it starts off our rolling doubles, pick 3s. I know Brian Aragoni looks forward to the 50-cent early pick 5. We'll see Brian stick it in just a little later on here on Wire to Wire. But fast and firm for a 9-race card. Wrapping up the race week here, our 4-day stretch. No live racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll be back on Monday at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Right now, for the official race day forecast for a 9er here at the Shoe, let's check in with WRTV6's Todd Clausen. Todd, it's hot.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, John and Rachel, the heat and humidity, that continues today. Not much has really changed in this forecast. In fact, today is very similar to yesterday in the sense that the humidity's high and temperatures will be climbing up into the low 90s as we get into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour later on this afternoon. You take that heat and you take that humidity and you factor in a heat index value of what it really feels like, and that's going to be mid to upper 90s. So make sure you stay hydrated. If you are going to be outside, kind of toggle back and forth between the patio and indoors to limit your time outdoors, as once again, it's going to be a hot one here at the track.
All right, cheers, Todd Clausen at WRTV6. They are the official race day forecast for us, but fast and firm. And again, really a nice card. We'll have that match race in the opener, but given the fact we've got those multi-race wagers, we are looking forward to it, including the 50-cent late fire 5. We've got that $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, as I mentioned, on races 5, 7, and 8. And yesterday, by the way, speaking about being hot, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., a 3-time leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fernando de la Cruz, the all-time winningest jockey. We've got the 2 of them battling at the top of the leaderboard. Alberto Burgos having a nice meet here in 2024 as well. In the top 3, Evan Roman, of course, riding a lot of horses for Randy Klopp. We've got a new apprentice, Serafin Carmona, that just joined the ranks this season. So looking forward to seeing all squaring off on a 9-race program today.
Yes, we have a wonderful card, some allowance races, turf races, and then we're going to end it with the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby final in race 9. And we've got a really nice group here going. What a wonderful, talented group going postward.
Thank you, Martha.
Yes, you're welcome. This one, actually, it's Apolitical Justice, sire of AG Pure Gold. Post 10 is the leading sire of quarter horse racing. I love that stat that Tammy put on our notes today. Last year's race was the biggest in stakes history of 126, and it's this year just missed matching that at it was 126,800, and now it's 126,000, and they've got a 10-horse field. As we said, I went 9-3-4 in there. H3 Favorite Energy, Danny Martinez, and Tony Cunningham. But, this is a pretty tough group. The trials were salty, and the top 10 finishers are in here now. So we'll see what Martha has to say about it. We'll do a stakes race interview afterwards. But looking forward to our QHRAI Derby to finish out the day.
Yeah, Martha Clausen, our quarter horse racing expert, she'll be joining us here later in the day with that post time at 6:15. AJ Pure Gold's been in winning form. You get Diego Bocanegra, one of the top quarter horse jockeys here this season. Natasha Perez, check out her stats in 2024.
Yeah,
she's
on fire.
Last year's leading quarter horse jockey, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, here in the QHRAI Derby is on a 20-1 on the morning line. That's favorite wave. So this should be a good dash. 400 yards to close out the card on a fast track. Getting back to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. yesterday with a riding double. And it started here yesterday with a horse by the name of Ship, Captain, and Crew, a son of midshipman, and indeed able to fly the victory flag under Marcelino.
Yeah, I had second-itis yesterday, but this was one of the winners that I had. Marcelino looking good here for Gennaro Garcia, our leading trainer. And what's he flying up there on the rail? Yep. Those very nice rail skimming ride from Marcelino.
Coming on through to take up the running from Off to the Races. That gray's actually battled nicely here this season, Off to the Races, but falling a couple lengths short of ship captain and crew, as I mentioned, a son of midshipman who did get the result yesterday under Marcelino Pedroza Jr. vying for yet another riding title. He's already a 3-time leading jockey here, vying for another this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast forward to the 8th race on yesterday's card, and it was Mr. Mello. This was the one that was taken off the turf course late, became a main track sprint. Keep your eye on the far outside horse. That was a Godolphin first-time starter trained by Owen Hardy. Certainly one to watch down the road, but it was Mr. Mello straight to the lead, right on the lead there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and holds sway by 2.
Yeah, I was in the paddock when they announced that last minute, and I was like, I bet this Godolphin horse is also going to scratch out, but it didn't, and ended up racing up nice late kick there for that horse. So yeah, as John said, definitely want to see where he puts that one next.
We love our contests here at the track, and yesterday that was the case for our on-track players. Wednesdays are for winning with Racing Rachel's Warriors. It's the summer. I mean, it's hot. It's in the 90s. That's what we expect. Fast and firm. But today, for horse players, not only all of you joining us here at the races, maybe enjoying the clubhouse views, but also our online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. We've got, of course, it's the summer at the shoe, and we've got that contest unwinding here today, and a chance to eventually make your way to the NHC 2025, that big championship there for the horse players at Horseshoe Vegas.
Yeah, it's week 3, and you can get your entry at the first floor OTB, and you have to have it back by the 3rd race. Today, the contest is on 3 through 8, and the $2,000 final will be August 29th. The top 2 are going to get NHC seats. You can also play online.
Coming up, the Fishing Derby, that'll be here at the end of the month. It's the 4th annual Fishing Derby, very popular here after the races. So hope you can join us for a terrific racing program. And then afterward, of course, the top 3 anglers vying for total prizes of $600. Always wonder when you cast your net, what comes?
I'm a bluegill assassin.
Ooh,
I'm the bluegill. I literally am the queen of catching bluegill.
I'm good
But
with
there's lots of places you can fish around Indiana. It's always about finding the ponds nobody gets to fish, which is the case for our infield pond. We only allow people to fish in it very rarely, and the Fishing Derby, and then we have one for the horsemen as well on the backside, are the only times that you get to fish in there. And there have been some huge catfish. That's why the eagles, and you know, we always have all these birds that are out here fishing, because there's good fish in there, and we cap it at the first 150. So get here early for racing and sign up for the Fishing Derby.
Rachel always sends me looking for those oysters and the pearls inside of them, but
Yes, I do.
I always wind up getting them char grilled.
I like them raw.
Battle of the Big Mouths coming up here. That's another event. Next month, it's just going to be action-packed as soon as we kick off July. After all, the 4th of July, so we'll celebrate Independence Day. We'll be racing here on the 5th, Indiana Derby, Indiana Oaks on the 6th. But getting back to the 4th, it's going to be explosive. It's always explosive when you have the voice of Gulfstream Park, the voice of the Pegasus World Cup. Pete Aiello will be joining us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He'll be locking horns in a standardbred test of stamina and publicability with Gabe Pruitt. Battle of the Big Mouths. That's coming up on July 4th.
Yeah, and definitely
Is that a
raising.
possibility?
I think you just made it. That's fine. We're coining it. I'm calling Webster's. They're going to be here, and also raising money for the homeless veterans. We're really excited to have them out, which will lead into our Derby weekend.
Yeah, good for the HVAF. So not only Pete and Gabe, they'll be battling for bragging rights with the Battle of the Big Mouths. It is Independence Day, again, thinking back to our founding fathers, 1776, Washington's Continental Army, and this benefits the HVAF, so for a good cause as well.
Yes, definitely a good cause. It'll be a great day.
We got those NHC qualifiers after that. So once they settle the Battle of the Big Mouths on the turf course here, then horse players will be coming to town. They'll be following Pete and Gabe here to Shelbyville. And again, there'll be 3 of these NHC qualifiers as horse players look to punch their ticket to next season's NHC 2025 there at Horseshoe Vegas. And the first qualifier Friday, July 5th, that'll be on the eve of the Indiana Derby. July 6th, that's the big day of the meet, the Indiana Oaks Indiana Derby. And then, of course, let's not even think about Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. We always remember our veterans on December 7th.
Yes, we do.
But still, that'll be the final qualifier as we get set and closer to 2025.
You must get onto ntra.com to sign up for the yearly membership to be part of the NTRA to participate in the NHC. Really nice spots. That's going to lead into our Indiana Derby, the biggest day of the year.
Speaking of that, July 6th. So we'll have celebrate the 4th of July here
Noon
with those
post.
NHC qualifiers on the 5th and 6th. Indiana's biggest day of racing. You just heard it from Racing Rachel. July 6th, special post time, noon. All of us here looking forward to that big day here of the meet. We'd like to always mention our sponsors here. Speaking of the 2024 race meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis, cheers, of course, to Brown-Forman, Tequila Herradura, and Corbel, Indiana Breed Development. Brian liked that one, by the way.
Yeah.
Our Winner's Circle sponsor in 2024. Of course, we are talking about our friends at Murphy Trailer Sales. If you'd like to reach out to them, 765-361-8803. Look at that tote board. The tote board is huge. It's great. We love the tote board. No better of course, tote board here in the world, in our opinion, than at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Brand new.
And it's sponsored by B&H Electric and Supply. If you'd like to reach out to them, you can on the web at www.bh-electric.com. They've got locations throughout Indiana. Big cheers to B&H Electric as that tote board really looks super. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. You can reach out to us on social. There you go. At John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel, of course, with tens and thousands of followers on X, at Racing Rachel M, the same on IG. We mentioned about that QH-REI Derby to close out the card. Looking forward to it around the 6 o'clock hour. Martha Clausen will be along then. You can reach out to her earlier on X at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni. Well, Brian hit another pick 5 to wrap up his handicapping week. You can reach out to B on social at Mr. B Analyst. Track-wise, we've got you covered there too, not only on X, not only on Instagram, but subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So it's a hot one. It's summer. It's what we expect.
That's
Main
right.
track fast, turf course firm. Again, that $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 8. Stay tuned. Quick commercial break here on Wire to Wire. When the program returns, you'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni. For us here, Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we're done.
Have fun. Bye for now.
Here comes the weekend.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Cheers to John and Rachel. As they indicate, we are almost to the weekend with our conclusion of our Wire to Wire, but we do have 9 races, including a stakes race of the quarter horse variety in race number 9, but plenty of action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We may be off the turf for race number 1. Disappointing, but we still feature the Horseshoe Hat Trick All-Turf Pick 3 beginning in races 3, and we'll cover race 3, 5, and 7. So still plenty of turf action coming up despite being off in race number 1. And with that off, we've got one of John G. Dooley's favorite, an old classic match race. Not going to go too deep into the match race. Optimal Courage looking for win number 20 and start number 46. Really incredible claim for the Thumbs Up gang. Miguel Angel Silva dove into the claim box back in 2022 for $12,500. Someone messed up. And every time this horse goes to the racetrack, they remind that person that they messed up, because Optimal Courage has become an ATM for the connections in here. They racked up $95,000 with 7 victories and 18 starts last year. so far, picking right where they left up. 47,000 already in three wins from 5 starts. Optimal Courage, a single. Despite the respect I have for Tricky Tracky, I just think Optimal Courage is a different class level in this match race. Race number 2, $15,000 non-winners of 2. Now, if you usually only play the pick 5, may I entice you to dive into the early pick 4 as well? Because that match race in race number 5, I think the pick 5 and pick 4 are going to pay very similar today. That match race isn't going to provide a lot of separation for some people, so maybe I entice you to dive into today's pick 4, even though you may only play the pick 5s on the regular. 5.5 furlongs is going to be the distance in here. 1, 2, and 6, another race that I think should be relatively formful. Mariachi Justice is a horse that I'm going to use. Not many will. Was the beaten favorite at 5-2 last time out. This is a horse who took a ton of action. I thought was running on late, just couldn't get to the top 2 who had snuck away. Jenny's Benet and Gree Wiz, who is also back in this spot, should get a more favorable setup today. Despite a 6-horse field, there is a fair amount of speed in race number 2, 1, 2, and 6 as we kick off that early pick 4. Race number 3, 1 mile optional claimers going on a firm turf course. The turf course is firm, rail setting at 36 feet to scratch numbers 7 and 9 out of this event. I thought Epithium, probably the horse to fear in the lane. Domnall is the horse to catch. And then number 8 is certainly the horse to beat, Nip and Tuck. There's no doubt about it. Nip and Tuck holds a class edge over much of this field. I was just concerned about Domnall maybe being able to sneak off on the front end for the red-hot Ray Paquette, who owns and trains, wins at 24%. Even though it shows that May 30th race that the horse kind of dropped anchor, waved the white flag, I thought fought on much better than it looks. And that was some fast fractions early on. Looks kind of quarter horse to the front, opened up by many. Didn't have much left late, but did fight on willingly. And then Epithium is the horse to fear in the lane. So we've got a little bit, at least in my opinion, you've got the front runner that I like the best, the strongest closer, and then the class of the field, 3, 6, and 8 as $10,000 optional claimers. Battle it out over 1 mile to kick off today's $1 minimum horseshoe hat trick. Race number 4, maiden special weight variety, running for a generous purse of $43,000. Those maiden special weight purses have been going in the right direction for the connections in here. I had a tough time getting around Carolina Candy and Conquest Dancer. I do think Conquest Dancer had slightly more upside. Only one career start for David Cohen, looking to improve on his 18% win rate here. Carolina Candy would likely be heavily favored if not for that off-turf sloppy race at Churchill Downs. I think Carolina Candy was more impressive on April 25th at Keeneland. But with that, you just don't know. Sophie Doyle comes in, the blinkers come off. They're making some changes in here off of what was a disastrous out 2 weeks ago. I think Conquest Dancer has more upside, but we'll use them both on both the early pick 5 as well as the late fire 5. Race number 5, another maiden special weight going on the turf course this time. Scratch numbers 13, 14, and 15. Your also eligibles are out. It will be a full starting gate of 12 set to go 1 mile. This is the best betting race of the day, and I really don't think it is very close. It is a spread race. I'm going to use your inside runner and the Dover Spectre along with your outside runners 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. It's a spread race. Maybe challenging to separate yourself in here because I think of the races we have in the first 4, people aren't going to be forced to go very deep. Race number 5 is going to be a race that people want to provide themselves some separation. If you're wishing to get creative in this early pick 5 with some small fields on the front end, maybe play 2 singles. Maybe single Optimal Courage and you take a single elsewhere 5-1, like the 6 I talked about in race number 2, or potentially singling in race number 5, play that ticket for $2 or $3, and suddenly you could turn a small investment into a bit of a larger investment, even if the pick 5, let's say the pick 5 only pays $100, $150, you could hit it 4 or 5 times, and suddenly you're collecting $1,000 heading into your weekend, and that is what we are all thinking of here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's Thursday. It's time for a drink. It's time to settle down, time to relax. And we've got 9 excellent opportunities for you to build up some of that beer bankroll or whatever your choice may be over the weekend, as we have an excellent card on a Thursday, June 20th, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. John G. Dooley will be up in the booth. Miss Rachel will be down in the paddock, and I will be taking you through some of the races as well. An excellent card to make some money here at the shoe.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us as we wrap up this 4-day stretch under partly cloudy skies, temperature-wise through the 90s. Main track fast, the turf course rated firm. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3 on races 3, 5, and 7. 3 of them on the turf today. Course firm rail of 36 feet and a fast main track. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Noting the first race is off the turf. We'll start with a main track sprint at 5 furlongs. It's come off the turf from the 2:10 opener. Scratch 1, all jokes aside. 4, Channel 1. 5, Smokin' Richie. Take out the 6, Ready to Roll. 7, Grand Hideaway. And the 8, Rear Note. The horses left. It'll be a match race in the 2:10 opener. Running the 2, Tricky Tracky, and the 19-time winner, the 3, Optimal Courage. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage square off in a match race at the top of the card. With those scratches, no place, no show wagers, no exacta, no trifecta, no superfecta. So wagering-wise, you can bet to win. The opening main track sprint starts, our rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5. So to recap, win wagering, double, pick 3, pick 5. No place, no show, no exacta, no trifecta, and scratch the superfecta 2. On to the second race. This sprint starts, the 50-cent early pick 4. Now here, no scratches, no jockey changes. 2, Green Whiz, 1 pound over. 3, Tackle Fuel, 1 pound over, makes the weight there now 118. 5, Whiskey Justice, 3 pounds over. Following that sprint, we'll go to the turf. Again, the course is rated firm. The rail this race week has been set at 36 feet. The Marge's Madness Classic Turf Mile starts the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick Gold Turf Pick 3. Scratch number 7, One Lucky Day, and the 9, Driftwood. Scratch the 7 and number 9 from the Turf Mile. Number 11, Indocumentado, a jockey change to Yarmarie Correa. Yarmarie Correa will ride number 11, Indocumentado. Starts the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 with the Marge's Madness Classic. In the fourth race, maiden 3-year-old filly sprint starts the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Scheduled at 3:43, there are no changes, all 7 run. Following that, back to the turf of the 5th. Maiden Turf Mile, number 1, the Dover Spectre, a jockey change to Adam Beschizza. Coming in to ride from Kentucky, Adam Beschizza will partner number 1, the Dover Spectre. Scratch the also eligibles, 13, First of His Name, 14, Let's Bounce, and number 15, El Peligro. Scratch the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. Race 6, maiden sprint. There are no scratches, all 11 run. Number 5, winning the Pooh Moment, will be ridden by Hannah Leahy. Hannah Leahy will ride number 5, winning the Pooh Moment. In the 7th race, another Turf Mile. This is the final leg of that Horseshoe Hat Trick Gold Turf Pick 3. Scratch number 4, Stellar Lady. Scratch the 4, Stellar Lady. Number 8, Autism Community, a jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott will partner the 4-time winner, number 8, Autism Community. Race 8, scheduled at 5:47. No changes in the 8th. Race 9, closing the card and the race week here. The Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby. In the final, there are no scratches, no jockey changes. These overweights reported. Number 1, John 316 plus 3 pounds. 2, Favorite Wave, 5 over. Number 4, Good Time Fred Dash, 3 extra pounds. Number 5, Revs Cowboy, plus 5. 6, Cleve is 3 over. 7, Buzzbrew, marking 3 extra pounds. Number 9, HG Favorite Energy, plus 5. and the 10, AJ Pure Gold, 3 pounds over, all 10 run in the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final, scheduled at 6:15. Opening sprint, fast track starts at 2:10. Partly cloudy skies in the 90s. Main track fast. And the turf course firm, rail set at 36 feet for that Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. Post time for the sprint opener. Tricky Tracky versus Optimal Courage. In 10 minutes time, make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here they come. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage on the track. They'll square off here in the first of the day. Race 1 taken off the turf. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage, the 19-time winner on the main track at 5 furlongs fast. Scratch from the race card, the 1 All Jokes Aside, 4 Channel 1, 5 Smokin' Richie, 6 Ready to Roll, 7 Grand Hideaway, and 8 Revere Note. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage Parade. No place, no show, no exacta, trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Win, double, pick 3. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. Main track fast. The turf course. Races 3, 5, and 7 today for the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. That featured on races 3, 5, and 7. For those 3, the course rated firm around the 36 feet. Fast track here for Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage there with the black cap. Get your wagers in. Less than 1 minute 2 post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage approaching the gate. Going to the 5 furlong main track start. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage at the gate. It is now post time. Tricky Tracky, Fernando de la Cruz for Joe Davis. Optimal Courage, Manny Esquivel for Miguel Silva. Optimal Courage to join Tricky Tracky. At 5 furlongs, main track fast. Tricky Tracky, Optimal Courage in. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Tricky Tracky, Optimal Courage with a match race here in the Thursday opener. It's Tricky Tracky by a half to 3/4 to Optimal Courage, who's right there with Tricky Tracky going past the half-mile pole. So with Fernando de la Cruz, Tricky Tracky in the purple cap, Manny Esquivel and Optimal Courage in the black cap with 3 furlongs to go. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage right there with Tricky Tracky. Tricky Tracky, Optimal Courage, the Kentucky-bred geldings with 25 wins between them and coming toward the quarter pole. Optimal Courage making this bid now. Here's Optimal Courage up to Tricky Tracky. Optimal Courage, Tricky Tracky, turn for home on even terms. Optimal Courage with Manny Esquivel now has gained the advantage from Tricky Tracky and Fernando de la Cruz, who's second with 1 furlong to go. It's Optimal Courage, hands and heels. Optimal Courage in front for Manny. From Tricky Tracky coming down toward the line. Optimal Courage, Tricky Tracky. Optimal Courage has now won 20 of his 46 career starts. Optimal Courage beats the heat and Tricky Tracky. $59.22, 5 furlongs fast. Optimal Courage over Tricky Tracky. Manny Esquivel for Miguel Silva. 1-9, Optimal Courage. The result of the match race official. Optimal Courage's victory here in the Thursday opener over Tricky Tracky, marking his 20th career win. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 3, Optimal Courage with Manny Esquivel. Optimal Courage is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Optimizer, out of Elated by Kitten's Joy. Bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Racing for Byron D. Lindemann and trainer Miguel Silva's Silva Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis salutes the now 20-time winner, Optimal Courage. We welcome the Milestone Group here to Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Hope you're having a great time with us here at the races. Milestone, welcome to the Caesar Suites. Optimal Courage, $2.20 to win. Beats Tricky Tracky in a time of 59.22 to start the rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the early pick 5, Optimal Courage. To race 2 we go. Second race sprint, there are no scratches, no jockey changes. 2 Green Whiz, a pound over. 3 Tackling Fuel plus a pound. 5 Whiskey Justice, 3 pounds over. The second race features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, and the sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 4, Fast and Firm. Post time for the second race, the McKay Manor Classic, will be in 22 minutes at 2:40. In all cases, please do try to make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers today early. Thank you, and stay hydrated. Coming up in just a moment will be our first replay of the day of the Optimal Courage Tricky Tracky Match Race. Hope you have the win bet on Optimal Courage. Weighing running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Tricky Tracky Optimal Courage with a match race here in the Thursday opener. It's Tricky Tracky by a half to 3/4 to Optimal Courage, who's right there with Tricky Tracky going past the half-mile pole. So with Fernando de la Cruz, Tricky Tracky in the purple cap, Manny Esquivel and Optimal Courage in the black cap with 3 furlongs to go. Tricky Tracky and Optimal Courage right there with Tricky Tracky. Tricky Tracky Optimal Courage, the Kentucky-bred geldings with 25 wins between them and coming toward the quarter pole. Optimal Courage making this bid now. Here's Optimal Courage up to Tricky Tracky. Optimal Courage, Tricky Tracky, turn for home on even terms. Optimal Courage with Manny Esquivel now has gained the advantage from Tricky Tracky and Fernando de la Cruz, who's second with 1 furlong to go. It's Optimal Courage, hands and heels. Optimal Courage in front for Manny. From Tricky Tracky coming down toward the line, Optimal Courage, Tricky Tracky. Optimal Courage has now won 20 of his 46 career starts. Optimal Courage beats the heat and Tricky Tracky. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, in the 7th race, Turf Mile, race 7, again, scratch there is for Stellar Lady. 7th race scheduled at 5:16. For Stellar Lady scratch, number 8, Autism Community, will in fact be ridden by Kevin Krieger. Has come in to ride the 4-time winner. Disregard any jockey change as listed in your program. This is in the 7th race, Turf Mile. Kevin Krieger will ride number 8, Autism Community.
This may be a life changer.
The best of the best is a pretty damn big deal.
All walks of life abound in this one game. It's just amazing.
It's special.
It's a different level of excitement. It's a different level of adrenaline.
This is the show.
It's surreal. It's wonderful. It's the mecca for tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
We're 8 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up claiming for 15, 5.5 on the main track, and we have a 6-horse field. The favorite right now is the 2, even money favorite, Gree Whiz. Gree Whiz is my top selection. Marcelino Pedroza coming off of a double. One of those wins was for Gennaro yesterday. This is a 3-year-old gelding who is dropping down in class, ended up coming out in 2024 and in a maiden special weight, couple of races and broke the maiden at maiden claiming for 15 at 6. Put up a couple nice 70 Brisnet speed figures, not super a lot of speed in this race, but did flash some in a couple of those, and then they put this horse up into allowance ranks and didn't do well. But dropping down to the class, I think, is competitive for him, is going to be the difference. The last time he was in that claiming for 15 with winners non-2, he had Marcelina has been on him this entire 2024 start of the meet and was second, only missing a half a length to Ginny's Beignet. Ended up beating Mariachi Justice, the 6, who was in that race as well. So this is my top selection, and I'm going to put the 5 in there at 7-1, Whiskey Justice. Joe Romero is aboard here for Michelle Elliott. Michelle is definitely hot right now, doing a wonderful job having horses consistently hit the board and some nice winners as well. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Lantana Mob, and it also is dropping down in class, has early speed. It's key race with 3rd off the layoff, and I went back to the race that I was looking at as the November 10th at today's distance, ended up winning, breaking the maiden at maiden claiming for 15 by 3 lengths. That was last year at the end of the year, so definitely fits into this class and does like the particular distance of 5.5. And then I'm going to go to the rail Halo Love. Halo Love is 5-1 on the tote board and gets the services of Santo Sanger aboard for Tim Eggleston. 4-year-old gelding making his 5th lifetime start, has a 1st and a 3rd to his credit. And that 3rd place finish was versus similar. Did break the maiden last year in June in a maiden special weight, and then ran an allowance, and they gave this one the rest of the year off. Came back on debut in an allowance, and then they tried to drop down and was 3rd. I still think this one's going to be competitive with this group. Turbo Nader was in that race as well, so has been competing against similar, and I like the layout of this race. Another 6-horse field for this one. I think it's got a good shot of getting in the money. So I've got 2, 5, 1 going into this second race, and don't forget in the next race, the first leg of our Horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 does pick up. If anything saying they were completely off the turf, we're not. We took off the first race, but we will be on the turf for the rest, and we will have that hat trick pick 3 on races 3, 5, and 7 today. 5 minutes to the second. Good luck.
The horses call post were down for the second race, the McKay Manor Classic. This at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. Here in the sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes. Overweights, the 2 Green Whiz plus a pound. 3 Tackling Fuel, a pound over, makes the weight there now 118. 5 Whiskey Justice, and 3 extra pounds. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and Firm. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and Firm. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Santo Sanjor with Halo Love. 6-5 favorite. Here's Green Wiz. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Gennaro Garcia has joined Halo Love. Rolando Mexico with Teclin Fuel. German Terraza, Turbinator coming up. Couple of back. Whiskey Justice, Joseph Romero claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance. One more for the McKay Manor Classic. Alberto Burgos with Mariachi Justice. It's even money, Gree Wiz at 5.5 furlongs. For the second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Mariachi Justice, who's quickly headed by Halo Love. Tacklin Fuel is showing good speed. It's Halo Love. It's made a dash now for Santo Sanjor to the front from Tacklin Fuel, with Whiskey Justice up in the third as they make this run past the half-mile pole. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Gree Wiz in the red cap, racing 3 clear from Turbinator. After breaking sharp, Mariachi Justice on the far outside trails. They have just over 3 furlongs to run. It's Halo Love, now being tackled in earnest by Whiskey Justice, who's coming with a bid for Joseph Romero. The quarter 22.20 seconds. It's Whiskey Justice has taken the lead from Halo Love. Tacklin Fuel in the white cap. With on the outside, Green Wiz, who's looking to gain ground. As they straighten away, it's Whiskey Justice. Mariachi Justice in the green cap. We trail back to Turbinator. Wide but in front, it's Whiskey Justice, Halo Love. Tacklin Fuel angled out, and Green Wiz looks to make a split now, coming down toward the final furlong. Here's Green Wiz, who's moved up to take a short lead as Mariachi Justice comes to pounce for Alberto Burgos. Past the 16th, Mariachi Justice will notch that elusive second win. Mariachi Justice ran down Green Wiz. Halo Love third, and Whiskey Justice finished fourth. $105.92 for the 5.5 furlongs. 105.92. 6215. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order to race 2, number 6. Mariachi Justice at 3-2 first. 2 Green Wiz at 9-5 was tracked down by Mariachi Justice. 1 Halo Love at 3-1 third, and number 5 Whiskey Justice at 10-1 fourth. 6-2-1-5. Hold all until official. Alberto Burgos for John Herron, son of Lantana Mob. 3-2 with that late money on. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Mariachi Justice, with Alberto Burgos. Mariachi Justice is a 4-year-old big gelding by Lantana Mob. Out of Katara Princess by Tail the Cat. Brennan, Indiana by Justice Farm, Greg Justice, his Indiana breeders. John Harron trains, owns Harron Thoroughbreds LLC. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Mariachi Justice in the McKay Manor Classic. $6-2 Exacta returned $14 even. The 50-cent trifecta 6-2-1, $8.65. 3 and 6 the opening double combining Optimal Courage and Mariachi Justice, $9 even. Whiskey Justice fourth, 10-cent superfecta 6-2-1-5, $7 and change. Favorite first, all 6 ran. They sprinted in 105.92 for the McKay Manor Classic. Turning the page to the third. 1 of 3 today on the turf course, rated firm around the 36 feet this race week. Third race, the Marge's Madness Classic. In the turf miles, scratch the 7, One Lucky Day, and 9 Driftwood. Scratch the 7 and number 9. Number 11 in Documentado, the jockey will be Yarmari Correa. Yarmari Correa rides number 11 in Documentado. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Again, course firm, around the 36 feet. Post time for the starter turf mile in 24 minutes at 3:14. And they're off. Fast start for Mariachi Justice, who's quickly headed by Halo Love. Tackle and Fuel is showing good speed. It's Halo Love. It's made a dash now for Santo Sanjor to the front from Tackle and Fuel, with Whiskey Justice up in the third as they make this run past the half-mile pole. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Grey Wiz in the red cap, racing 3 clear from Turbinator. After breaking sharp, Mariachi Justice on the far outside trails. They have just over 3 furlongs to run. It's Halo Love, now being tackled in earnest by Whiskey Justice, who's coming with a bid for Joseph Romero. The quarter 22.20 seconds. It's Whiskey Justice has taken the lead from Halo Love, Tackle and Fuel in the white cap. With on the outside, Green Wiz, who's looking to gain ground. As they straighten away, it's Whiskey Justice. Mariachi Justice in the green cap. We trail back to Turbinator. Wide but in front, it's Whiskey Justice, Halo Love. Tackle and Fuel angled out, and Green Wiz looks to make a split now, coming down toward the final furlong. Here's Green Wiz, who's moved up to take a short lead as Mariachi Justice comes to pounce for Alberto Burgos past the 16th. Mariachi Justice will notch that elusive second win. Mariachi Justice ran down Green Wiz. Halo Love third, and Whiskey Justice finished fourth. Well, track announcer John G. Dooley here with today's edition of Dooley's Data as we wrap up this 4-day stretch here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Looking forward to the upcoming starter turf mile. It does kick off the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. We are on the turf today. That course rated firm. And as has been the case this race week, the portable rail set at 36 feet. A couple of races in the books, sprints both. Congratulations. Optimal Courage winning the first of the day under jockey Manny Esquivel. That for trainer Miguel Silva, the veteran. The Kentucky bred Optimal Courage with his 20th career victory. Congratulations to those winning connections. And one race ago, while Optimal Courage is a 20-time winner, how about Mariachi Justice? Finally, notching that elusive second career win in that sprint for John Harron, and that under the hands of Alberto Burgos. So 2 races in the books, sprints both, and no training doubles on the card. But let's talk about some of the multiple win days for trainers here this season in 2024 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And well, it's nice to mention that a total of 12 trainers, so a dozen, have had multiple win days through the first 37 days of racing here in 2024. As I mentioned, no doubles yet trainer-wise or jockey-wise on the card, as Manny Esquivel won the opener for Miguel Silva and Alberto Burgos taking that second race sprint for John Harron. But a dozen have had multiple win days so far. Leading trainer Gennaro Garcia, he took the title here also in 2023. Gennaro has recorded 5 multiple win days, including 1 triple. Grewiz for that stable, running second to Mariachi Justice in that second race sprint. Randy Klopp is a 2-time champion here. Randy Klopp and Tim Eggleston, of course. Tim training both the thoroughbreds and some of the top quarter horses here on the grounds. Randy and Tim have both had 4 days with multiple wins so far this meet. And talking about Tim Eggleston, well, Tim and Tony Cunningham have each scored triples on quarter horse racing days here so far this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of the quarter horses, nice one on tap at the last of the day. You want to stick around to the very end, 9th and final. We've got that Horseshoe Indianapolis QH-REI Derby. Looking forward to that here in the finale. A reminder, no live racing Friday nor this weekend. We'll have 3 dark days after this hot stretch here in town. We'll be back on Monday. Monday post time will be at 2:10. So don't forget, we've got the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, that hot wager this summer, coming up next.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
horses down here in the paddock as we are about 10 minutes away from stepping on that turf course for the first time of the day. Races 3, 5, and 7 all scheduled to be on that turf course of ours, rail setting at 36 feet, fast and firm. We kick off the $1 minimum Horseshoe Hat Trick. It's a wager that's taken Horseshoe Indianapolis by storm. The $1 minimum has played excellently. Certainly some big pools and some big payoffs. We've seen it pay as high as $1,800. You have to get all the winners in the turf races. It's a $1 increment as well, so it certainly can add up quickly. And fortunately, when we're on the turf, we oftentimes have some big fields in this race. No differently in here, as 9 of them set to battle it out over the 1 mile distance. Deuce Scratch, 2 defections, number 7, One Lucky Day, and number 9, Driftwood out of this event. And I'd like to believe that I have this race covered. Now, fairness, I'd like to believe I have every race covered. But Nip and Tuck, the top selection, in my opinion, is the class of the field. There's certainly some back class in here. This horse hasn't been down in the $10,000 claiming ranks as far as I can tell ever. Did touch $12,500 over at Oaklawn Park. However, that's even a little bit more challenging, or a lot more challenging than this spot in here, as the winner that day, Great Heart, certainly carried some back class as well, and they had a troubled break at the start on Kentucky Derby Day over at Hot Springs, Arkansas. Now, Manny Esquivel, he looks for a couple of winners on the day. He kicked off our card with an easy winner with Optimal Courage in the match race. He looks for another one in here with Nip and Tuck. Now, he will have to work a little bit harder than he did with Optimal Courage, who he literally just guided to the wire. Second time on our turf course this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis after a good fourth-place finish against much tougher customers last time out. Brown Liquor Man was a nice one who had come in off of a brief freshening and really ran away and hid from that group. I thought Nip and Tuck got going, but certainly a day that pace did not stop. And I think Nip and Tuck has some tactical speed. Could be your pace setter in here. If not, just sitting off of your likely pace setter, who's going to be in post position number 6. That's Diamond Hall. Ray Paquette owns and trains his 4-year-old Chestnut, who was originally bred by Wesley Ward. 3 for 12 lifetime, a horse who has a ton of speed, and in fact has used that speed to produce one of the victories at this distance at our track. Really ran well last time out. That 7th place finish, I think, is a little bit misleading. Showed speed, did back up to 7th, but I thought stayed on a little bit better than it may look. Beaten by 8 lengths that day, but set some quick fractions on a day that the turf course, or at least the times, were a little bit slow. And if Nip and Tuck doesn't go to the lead and does not respect the class or lack of class that Dominal carries, Shorty Perez could sneak away on the front end. We saw him do it yesterday at 9-1, kicking off that late Fire 5, sparked a decent little payout as well. Shorty Perez can get the lead and can certainly carry a horse home in the lane. 9-1, a great value player in here on the best speed. Now, the strongest closer of the group, if 6 and 8 do team up and set some fast fractions, I think they are all going to be worried about Epithium. Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in here, 5 for 39, makes start number 40 today, and has won half of the starts on our turf course. A horse for course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, maybe bred in Kentucky, but has really found a home in Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, 3 of the 5 victories have come here locally. This is a horse who galloped out well last time, was intentionally shifted to the outside to avoid any traffic trouble, and really was a much best winner. Does break from the inside. The last 2 starts, they've broken from the outside, but I think Marcelino Pedroza Jr., an excellent rider who's got plenty of a gauge as to how much horse he has left. He steered clear of the traffic last time out, and he'll try and get a ground-saving trip in here today at 4-1. 8, 6, and 3. We've got the strongest closer, the best speed, and the most class, in my opinion, in the top 3 selections. Let's take a look at this Horseshoe Hat Trick All-Turf Pick 3. It's been all the rave, $1 minimum. The ticket on your screen now. We've got what I believe to be our bases covered in race number 3. Race number 5. This is a spread race if I ever saw one. 1 mile, maiden special weight. You've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience. Many of them coming in from around the country in this spot. It's a spread race. We may not even be deep enough. You've got your inside runners followed by 8 through 12. And then in race number 7, going to the class of the field. Again, optional claimers going 1 mile. I think Quality Star is strictly the one to beat in here. Brownwood Farms has sent some very nice horses over to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they have reported home a winner. They are racking up the winner's circle photos when it's all said and done. They get Evan Roman in the saddle, ships in, gets class relief, third start off the layoff, and has been given about a month off since that last race over at Churchill Downs against tougher competition. Didn't get much pace to chase. They went 114 at Churchill Downs. Does not happen very often. Closed well, just was never catching justifiable bell that day. We'll see if Quality Star gets any pace to chase today in race number 7. Riders getting the leg up. The field of 9 kicks off today's Horseshoe Hat Trick.
The horses called postward now for the third race. This starter turf mile, the Marge's Madness Classic. The first of 3 today, Carter, for the turf course firm, around the 36 feet. That's been the turf rail position this race week. Here a field of 9, scratch 7, One Lucky Day, and 9, Driftwood. A couple of scratches. Take out the 7 and the 9, both withdrawn. 11 and Documentado, the jockey there, Yarmari Correa. Yarmari Correa rides number 11 and Documentado. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick all turf pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. Roundabout 2. Less than 1 minute to post time for the start of the Horseshoe Hat-Trick Gold Turf Pick 3. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course. Course rated firm around 36 feet. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile. Sophie Doyle with My Grass is Blue. Deshaun Parker, American Hero, has joined My Grass is Blue. German Tanaza with Graceful Kitten. Eddie Perez, Dominal. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with the gray Epimythium. Up comes Nip and Tuck for the mile. Manny Esquivel won the opener. Optimal Courage and Mariachi Justice, our first two sprint winners. Fernando de la Cruz with Native Thunder drew 4. Couple back, Santo Sandro with Major Wager. One more, Yamari Correa with Indocumentado. The start to the hot wager this summer, the Horseshoe Hat-Trick Gold Turf Pick 3. Good luck. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. Epimythium, Graceful Kitten, My Grass is Blue, Native Thunder, and here's Dominal coming with an early bid as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Dominal. So with Eddie Perez, Dominal will lead out from between horses. Native Thunder joined toward the inside by My Grass is Blue in the white cap, and outside Native Thunder is Nip and Tuck as they enter the first turn. Graceful Kitten is running in 5th, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The gray Epimythium follows. Graceful Kitten in 6th position. American Heroes a ground-saving 7th. Then Indocumentado out deep on the course, and Major Wager has drifted back to last well settled. The opening quarter in 23.39 seconds. Dominal leads the turf mile. Dominal's in front by 3/4 of length. Native Thunder staying close there for Fernando de la Cruz. Dominal, Native Thunder, the 1-2 past the half-mile pole. Sophie Doyle and My Grass is Blue looking to inch in from 3rd. Manny Esquivel and Nip and Tuck in the leading quartet. And then comes Epimythium, who joins American Hero and Graceful Kitten between horses. Just over 3 furlongs left. The trailers remain Major Wager and Indocumentado. The front runner, Dominal. Half mile, 0.97 seconds. They round the far turn, and Dominal has been headed by Native Thunder. Native Thunder going past the quarter pole from Dominal, who tries to respond to Native Thunder's move at the turn in. Nip and Tuck is in the blue blinkers and sweeping. My Grass's blue Epimethium tipped to an outside path. American Hero toward the rail 3/4. 1 minute 10.82 seconds. Here comes Nip and Tuck. Nip and Tuck to take the lead from Native Thunder. Dominal. My Grass's blue Epimethium is charging hard on the outside with Manny Esquivel. It's Nip and Tuck. Nip and Tuck on top by 5. Native Thunder in a photo with Epimethium, a nose between them close. My Grass is blue. Finish 4th. .134.61 for the turf mile. 134.61 seconds. 8 Nip and Tuck. At 6-5, favorite takes out the mile. 8 first, Nip and Tuck. Double Manny Esquivel. Second, close. Seconds on the bob. My Grass is blue 4th, and then Dominal, American Hero, Indocumentado, Major Wager. Graceful Kitten tailed off. It's Nip and Tuck. 134.61. Hold all tickets. Result of the place photo. Second went to 3 Epimethium at 5-2. On nose to 4 Native Thunder. Lost place on the line. 1 My Grass is blue at 44-1 odds 4th. It's come 6-3-4-1. Pardon me, 8-3-4-1. The result of the third race, the Marge's Madness Classic. Official. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Nip and Tuck, riding double for Manny Esquivel. Nip and Tuck is a 6-year-old dark Bear Brown gelding by Stay Thirsty. Out of Artemis Kitten by Kitten's Joy. Bred in Kentucky by Ken and Sarah Ramsey, the now 5-time winner. Racing for David Rodriguez's Victory Stables LLC and trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Nip and Tuck, paid 6-5. 8-3-4-1, the official after race 3. Welcome to the Marge's Madness Classic Group, part of the winner's presentation. First pick 3 of the day, paid $5.15. Combining Optimal Courage with Mariachi Justice with Nip and Tuck. 8-3 exacta, $12 even. 50-cent trifecta, 8-3-4, paid $7.75. 6-8 double, $13.40, and the 10-cent superfecta returned $16.39. In the starter turf mile, claim 3 Epimethium for $10,000 ran second. Epimethium claimed to Ellen and Michael Hayes. The 7 and the 9 were the non-starters. Favorite first. 9 ran 134.61 on a firm course. In the fourth, maiden 3-year-old filly sprint, no changes, all 7 run in the next one. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a 50-cent late fire 5. Post time will be in 19 minutes. Revised post time now, just slightly longer than as advertised at 3:44. And they're off. Nice line out. Epimethium, Graceful Kitten, My Grass is Blue, Native Thunder, and here's Dominal coming with an early bid as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Dominal. So with Eddie Perez, Dominal will lead out from between horses. Native Thunder joined toward the inside by My Grass is Blue and the White Cap, and outside Native Thunder is Nip and Tuck as they enter the first turn. Graceful Kitten is running in 5th, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The gray Epimethium follows. Graceful Kitten in 6th position. American Hero is a ground-saving 7th. Then Indocumentado out deep on the course, and Major Wager has drifted back to last well settled. The opening quarter in 23.39 seconds. Dominal leads the turf mile. Dominal's in front by 3/4 of length. Native Thunder staying close there for Fernando de la Cruz. Dominal, Native Thunder, the 1-2 past the half-mile pole. Sophie Doyle and My Grass is Blue looking to inch in from 3rd. Betty Esquivel and Nip and Tuck in the leading quartet. And then comes Epimethium, who joins American Hero and Graceful Kitten between horses. Just over 3 furlongs left. The trailers remain Major Wager and Indocumentado. The front runner, Dominal. Half mile, 46.97 seconds. They round the far turn, and Dominal has been headed by Native Thunder. Native Thunder going past the quarter pole from Dominal, who tries to respond to Native Thunder's move out the turn in. Nip and Tuck is in the blue blinkers and sweeping. My Grass is Blue. Epimethium tipped to an outside path. American Hero toward the rail 3/4. 1 minute 10.82 seconds. Here comes Nip and Tuck. Nip and Tuck to take the lead from Native Thunder. Dominal. My Grass is Blue. Epimethium is charging hard on the outside with Manny Esquivel. It's Nip and Tuck. Nip and Tuck on top by 5. Native Thunder in a photo with Epimethium, a nose between them close. My
9 minutes away from late Fire 5 time. I do believe the late Fire 5 will be a little bit more rewarding than maybe the early pick 5. So far, our longest price winner thus far through 3 races is $5. Did include a match race, a little bit misleading in there. No scratches, no changes in the upcoming 4th race. Now, we do have 2 horses that the bettors seem to key in on between the 3 and the 6. Carolina Candy along with Conquest Dancer. Now, one thing that could leave them both vulnerable is they do have a tendency to break a little bit slow. Conquest Dancer only has 1 start to her name. She's a good-looking 3-year-old filly by Frosted. You'll see on your screen shortly. David Cohen sees fit to come in for this mount for Wayne Catalano, who already had an impressive victor on the turf course earlier this week. But this horse took action on debut over in Lexington, Kentucky, or Keeneland. Conquest Dancer went off below 5-1 in a 10-horse field, broke very slow, shifted out, closed okay, was really never getting to Plum Tricky or Carolina Candy. Certainly when I watched the replay, I was more impressed with Carolina Candy. But what swayed my decision is there's just more upside with this 3-year-old filly. That was her first career start. She's got her second career start. She's had a couple of good workouts since then. In fact, plenty of good workouts, almost a concerning amount of workouts. 5 workouts since that race at April 25th. She should be as fit as Wayne Catalano can get her for this homebred for Tommytown Thoroughbreds. And I think with a better break today, she is strictly the horse to beat. Now, if it wasn't for Carolina Candy's race on June 2nd, in which they tried to get her on the turf, it was a race scheduled for the turf course. They rained off the turf and ran on a sloppy racetrack. I strongly believe that Carolina Candy would likely be favored in this spot because, as I indicated, that April 25th race, Carolina Candy was just the better horse. Went off at almost 30-1, was completely overlooked in the wagering, and ran a bang-up second place that day behind Plum Tricky. Much like Conquest Dancer, they almost broke identical and identically bad. Per se. This one really didn't hop all that much, maybe just had a little bit more weight on her back feet. Got kind of a skittered start in there. She broke alertly at Churchill on June 2nd, showed a ton of speed, and just didn't have much finish at all that day. Now, talk about trying to catch a horse on the right day. At Keeneland, you catch a horse at second, runs second at almost 30-1, then takes action at 3-1 and really runs up the track. So which Carolina Candy are we going to get today? That is yet to be determined, but looks picture perfect down here in the walking ring. She is a good-looking daughter of Twirling Candy and looks plenty fit down here. Picturesque, per se. 5-2, your clear second choice. Down on the inside, that's the unknown. Michelle Elliott's been red hot. She's been pushing upwards of 20% win rate in here. Deshaun Parker going to be calling the shots. A 3-year-old filly by More Than Ready. The first 2 starts did come sprinting on the turf. This will be her first time donning the blinkers and first time trying the dirt as well. Now, typically, at least in my opinion, whether it's the breeding or what they've seen in the morning when they debut on the turf, they haven't necessarily loved what they've seen on the dirt. This horse, since switching hands, has some very nice workouts, at least from a time perspective, on May 11th and May 18th. 1 minute flat breezing from the gate here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is a nice workout. And this is a horse who broke alertly from the gate on June 8th, comes back on 12 days rest, tries the dirt for the first time, is the unknown factor in here. This could be the one that starts your pick 5 off either the right way or the wrong way. And speaking of pick 5s, with us just being 5 minutes away from race number 4, let's take a look at our late Fire 5 ticket. We're going to hope that She's and Ellie does not continue that red-hot streak for Michelle Elliott, who has been as hot as they come, as hot as these temperatures have been at Shelbyville, Indianapolis. We're going to key in on the shippers in here from Churchill and Keeneland, 3 and 6. Race number 5, you heard me talk about it during our early pick 5 segment. That looks like the most competitive betting race on the card. 1 mile, maiden special weight, horses shipping in from around the country, many different tracks. In that spot, that is a race that I certainly want to spread out, and I do believe is the best race. If you are a trifecta or superfecta player, race number 5 will fit your fancy. Race number 6, maiden special weight condition in here, will be back on the main track sprinting in this spot. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Neon Leon could be any sort. Lightning Fighter is a horse I loved last time out and really ran a disappointing third, at least in my opinion. I think it's another competitive race in this spot. Creek Valley could be a horse that is strictly the horse to beat. I think that one likely goes off somewhere around the 7-5 range versus 7-2. But then you got Waring in here for Randy Klopp, Evan Roman, a half to Climber who's made just under $350,000, and Barkabilly shouldn't be overlooked in this spot despite going up in class. A horse who's ran a couple of competitive seconds at lower levels now goes back up to a class level they've been at in the past. Today's single comes via the optional claimer, our final turf event of the week. I can almost assure you we will be on the turf for the final turf race carded on the day. Race number 7. I think that Quality Star is just too much for this group. Now, a little bit concerning, 2 for 17, $225,000 in earnings has been racked up despite only 2 victories. So certainly some back class in here. This is a horse who went off at 10-1 against Bubble Rock in a grade 2 over at Churchill Downs. Ran very well in another $223,000 stake at Churchill as well. Just gets class relief today, and I think it's too much to overcome. Brownwood Farm has shipped horses over to Indiana, and some big-time trainers, big-time owners ship horses here because they can't compete elsewhere. I think this one is shipping here to win for a reason, and Brownwood Farm having themselves a very nice meet thus far. Evan Roman sitting on a quality 1 with Quality Star. And then in the last and final 3, 6, 7, hopefully we can get there. Do note, number 4, your morning line favorite not going to be used in our ticket in here. We're going to take a stand against that one in race number 8 as the rider's set for the leg up. Don't forget, with the heat, shortened post parades as well, so don't be fooled that 3 minutes to post may be legit. You don't want to get shut out because you can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
With Deshaun Parker now back on board, She's All Ellie stepping onto the track. Maiden 3-year-old fillies called postword for the 4th race sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. There are no program changes, all 7 run. The maiden features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start to the 50-cent late fire 5 if you're just joining or tuning in. Main track fast, the turf course rated firm, rail of 36 feet. Wager now. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts the 50-cent late fire 5. There's Conquest Dancer. David Cohen for Wayne Catalano was third on Keeneland debut. Less than 1 minute. Now they're all going that way. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. The first two up. Deshaun Parker with She's All Ellie. Orlando Mexica with Sitting on a Beach drew 4. Evan Roman. Here's a newcomer, No Hard Feelings. Fernando de la Cruz with Adeline. The daughter of Gunrunner, Adeline in. Now Conquest Dancer, David Cohen for Wayne Catalano. 4-5 on Conquest Dancer. Was third on Keeneland debut. Sophie Doyle with Carolina Candy. One more. Regal Queen, Alberto Burgos on the Thursday scoreboard. Starts the late fire 5. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Regal Queen broke sharp. There's Carolina Candy with the white cap. She's All Ellie quick to engage with Adeline. No hard feelings. Action packed through the first furlong. Short lead here for Adeline with She's All Ellie. Black with the white dots on sleeves. Right there is Regal Queen along with No Hard Feelings, and Carolina Candy is close as they go past the half mile. And then comes Conquest Dancer, the gray who's second to last and beaten for speed, sitting on beach trails. Opening quarter, hot. 21.90 seconds as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. It's Adeline and She's All Ellie. They take this battle through the far turn, 2 clear. From Regal Queen with Carolina Candy coming toward the quarter pole. David Cohen and Conquest Dancer drawing in toward the inside. 5 lengths off these leaders, and then No Hard Feelings and Sitting on a Beach. The maiden 3-year-old fillies straight and away. Half mile 46.07 seconds. Adeline, Carolina Candy jinks in. Conquest Dancer with the rail. They come down toward the final 16th. It is Carolina Candy who looks to rally with the rail inside of Adeline past the 16th with Conquest Dancer third at that one pace. Sophie Doyle and Carolina Candy came up the rail. Carolina Candy, a sweet win by 2 from Adeline who was reeled in. Conquest Dancer third, Sitting on a Beach finished fourth. 111.46 after the maiden. 3-2-6-4. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order to race 4. Number 3, Carolina Candy and even money first. 2, Adeline at 7-1 second. 6, Conquest Dancer. 6-5 third. And number 4, Sitting on a Beach at 66-1 odds gets into the superfecta. Hold all until official. It's a first meet win for Sophie Doyle. Here for John Ennis, Mulholland Springs, and Hubert Vester, breeders owners of the Twirling Candy filly, gets off the mark in her 4th run. At Eva Money, Carolina Candy. Favorite sweep the first 4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 3, Carolina Candy with Sophie Doyle. Carolina Candy is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Twirling Candy out of the El Corredor mare, Senorita Corredora. Bred in Kentucky by owners John Mulholland, Mulholland Springs LLC, and Hubert Vester. John Ennis trains. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Carolina Candy is out to the maiden ranks. It's official. The pick 3 returned $9.75, favorites all. The 3-2 exacta, 19.80, 50-cent trifecta. 3-2-6 coming back $9 and change. 8-3 double, 18.20 in the 10-cent superfecta. That returned $18.62 with Sitting on a Beach 4th. In the maiden, favorite first, all 7 ran. 111.46 after the running of race 4. To the 5th we go. Back to the turf. Maiden Turf Mile. Scratch the also eligibles. 13, First of His Name. 14, Let's Bounce. And the 15, El Peligro. Scratch the also eligibles. 13, 14, and number 15. Number 1, the Dover Spectre. Opens at 5-2, and the jockey Adam Beschizza rides the 3-race maiden. Adam Beschizza on number 1, the Dover Spectre. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Maiden Turf Mile to start the 50-cent lead pick 4. Post time will be in 20 minutes at 1/4 the hour. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Regal Queen broke sharp. There's Carolina Candy with the white cap. She's all Ellie, quick to engage with Adeline. No hard feelings. Action packed through the first furlong. Short lead here for Adeline with She's All Ellie, black with the white dots on sleeves. Right there is Regal Queen along with No Hard Feelings, and Carolina Candy is close as they go past the half mile. And then comes Conquest Dancer, the gray who's second to last and beaten for speed, Sitting on the Beach trails. Opening quarter, hot. 21.90 seconds as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. It's Adeline and She's All Ellie. They take this battle through the far turn, 2 clear. From Regal Queen with Carolina Candy coming toward the quarter pole. David Cohen and Conquest Dancer drawing in toward the inside. 5 lengths off these leaders, and then No Hard Feelings and Sitting on a Beach. The maiden 3-year-old fillies straight and away. Half mile, 46.07 seconds. Adeline, Carolina Candy jinks in. Conquest Dancer with the rail. They come down toward the final 16th. It is Carolina Candy who looks to rally with the rail inside of Adeline past the 16th with Conquest Dancer third of that one pace. Sophie Doyle and Carolina Candy came up the rail. Carolina Candy, a sweet win by 2 from Adeline, who was reeled in. Conquest Dancer third. Sitting on a Beach finished 4th. It's halftime here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Time now for This Week in History. As we look back to a decade ago, Ain't a Saint and Malcolm Franklin rallied home winners in the $85,000 Shelby County Stakes. 10 years ago, the duo were winners by a neck over Higher Logic and Corey Lattery. The Jeff and Sherry Greenhill mare is now a broodmare with 2 winners, I Ain't No Saint and Nighttime Ruler. A decade ago, this week in Indiana, racing history.
Ten minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old nut maiden special weight. They're going a mile on the grass, and the Dover Spectre gets the biscuit aboard out of Biscuitza, and all of our the MTO and also eligibles are out. 13, 14, 15, which leaves us a full 12-horse field going postward in this race. This is the second leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick. And I'm going to go with the 3 here on top, Hobie Cat. I'm not shocked that the 1 is 2-1 right now. The Biscuit, Adam did ride a double for Kelsey Danner this week, so they've been hot together. But I'm going to go with Alberto Burgess for Steve Asmussen in this race. Burgess winning the second. He is looking for a double here. This is a 3-year-old colt by Uncle Mo out of Bel Galanti. So obviously Uncle Mo didn't have any turf form, but I did look up the dam, and she did run on poly and turf and did pretty well. On top of that, she has 2 winners from 3 starters, and one of which has won on grass. This is the first time this colt has ran on the grass, but I think the breeding suggests he probably is going to like it. Also, coming off of a first time at 2 turns last time on dirt, ended up getting beaten for third by just a length. And anytime a horse does something for the first time, it's a question mark. But when they do something for a second time, I always look for improvement. And this is the second time at a route, which is key for me. This one has been training here. June 5th, a bullet work, and then June 13th, a nice one as well. I'm going to go next. The 3 right now, 9-2. The 8 is 12-1 right now on the tote board. That is Polyglot. Yamari is aboard for Richard Estebanco, and it's second off the layoff here. Was third versus similar in the last race. That was a mile and a 16th on the grass. We're dropping down to a flat mile, and put up a 78 Brisnet speed figure in that maiden race. And I went back last year to July and August, and this one had a couple of very nice second place finishes routing on the turf. It was a little bit longer, a mile and a 16th, but that was right before it was claimed, and then went to Turfway and kind of bounced a little bit. Would put in a good effort, and then a second, and then a couple at the end. I think he needed that break, but I think this second time on the turf here, back on the turf, is going to offer improvement, maybe needed one as well. And then I'm going to go to the outside to the 12, which looks like 20-1 right now on the tote board. De la Croce. This one, Eddie Perez is aboard for Concepcion Torres, and it is a 4-year-old gelding who's making a 7th lifetime start and loves to get third. This horse has been third in 5 of its 6 starts, so I'm putting it third. Also is going to run on turf and at a routing on turf for the second time as well. So same kind of situation. I think probably will improve hopefully off of that. If not, the good old tried and true third place finisher, the 12, I think is a good bet at 19-1 to put in with that heavy favorite if you're playing the 1 today. But I'm going to go with the 3 on top here, Hobie Cat, in the 5th race. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fifth race. This maiden turf mile. A field of 12 scratched the also eligibles. 13 first of his name, 14 Let's Bounce, and 15 El Peligro. Scratch 13, 14, and 15, they were the AEs. Won the Dover Spectre, leads the parade. The jockey there, Adam Beskica, rides the three-race maiden, Adam Beskica, on won the Dover Spectre. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, starts at the 50-cent late pick 4. Turf course firm, rail at 36 feet, and a fast main track. Nearing post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 4, firm and fast, under a minute. late scratch on 11 Speed Institute by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Scratch 11 Speed Institute from the Maiden Turf Mile. All wagers on 11 Speed Institute here, refunds on race 5. 3 and 11 will be a consolation double. 3-11 for a consolation double. Those using 11 Speed Institute in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers on 11 Speed Institute. Scratch 11. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Scratch number 11. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Adam Beschizza with the Dover Spectre. The first maiden in. Declan Cannon, Bomb Cyclone coming up. Bomb Cyclone is joined 2-1 favorite, the Dover Spectre. Josh Morales with You're So Greydar. Sammy Bermudez last run. Alberto Burgos, Hobbycat. Hobbycat joined. Marie Correa with Polyglot. Fernando de la Cruz, Spoonie in the Navy. Now Evan Roman with Redemption Spite, drew 9. Deshaun Parker, Azteca's Gold in, now Redemption Spite. The Dover Spectre 2-1 favorite. 7-2 Hobbycat loaded. 9-2 Polyglot. 5-1 Redemption Spite. Orlando Mexica Saturday Long Legs one more. Eddie Perez and 6-time starter Della Croce. Della Croce given a 10-1 chance. Over the mile. Here comes the 5th. All in. And they're off. Hobbycat with You're So Greydar. Azteca's Gold. The Dover Spectre takes back with the running rail. Redemption Spite leads a charge to the first turn, along with Saturday Long Legs and Della Croce. It's Redemption Spite to the early lead for Evan Roman, just over 6 furlongs to go. Redemption Spite leads out to the stretch from Della Croce with a black cap and Azteca's Gold with the rail. Saturday Long Legs running in 4th. You're So Greydar 5th. Hobbycat is 6th with on the outside Polyglot and last run between horses. Adam Beschizza and the Dover Spectre taken back. Outside that, Bomb Cyclone. And in the early stages, while settled back by Fernando de la Cruz, Spoonie trails the quarter 22.86 seconds. Redemption Spite at a good clip to 4 furlongs from home. Tracked by Della Croce past the half mile. Azteca's Gold is a ground saving 3rd by a half length. Saturday Long Legs in 4th with last run in 5th. Then to the inside is You're So Greydar, ground saving 6th, 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes Polyglot on the far outside. The Dover Spectre with Bomb Cyclone spooning up one spot, and that relegates Hobbycat to last. Half mile 46.89 9 seconds. These maidens coming toward the quarter pole. Redemption Spite looking to make every yard in front of Della Croce. Azteca's Gold is handy. Saturday Longlegs as Bomb Cyclone unwinds on the extreme outside. Redemption Spite into the stretch after 3 quarters in 1:11.58 seconds. It is Redemption Spite. Della Croce is under pressure. Azteca's Gold comes rallying up the rail. Saturday Longlegs. Bomb Cyclone tried to lug in. Redemption Spite. Azteca's Gold powers through for Deshaun Parker to get the victory. Azteca's Gold. Track down Redemption Spite. And then Bomb Cyclone with Della Croce. Saturday Longlegs. The Dover Spectre Polyglot. $135.75 after the maiden. Judges taking a look at photographs. It was 14-1 here on 5. Azteca's Gold will take it out to Deshaun Parker. Over 9, Redemption Spite. 6, Bomb Cyclone. Della Croce, Saturday Longlegs. Hold all tickets until official. Photos. Five, 9, 6, 12 after the running of race 5. Unofficial number 5. Azteca's Gold 14-1 first. Number 9, Redemption Spite at 5-1 second in the maiden. 6, Bomb Cyclone at 7-1 third. And 12, Della Croce fourth. 5, 9, 6, 12. $14-1 winner in the second leg of the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. It's official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 5, Azteca's Gold with Deshaun Parker. Azteca's Gold is a 3-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Sharp Azteca out of the Aptitude mare, Want to Go. Bred in Kentucky by owner Aaron Lacroix. Gene Lacroix trains with DP. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Azteca's Gold. Upsets the maiden turf. Results in on an otherwise day of favorites. Here's a $31 winner. 5-9 exacta paid $245.40. 50-cent trifecta. Well, the $2 trifecta paid $3,214. That for the deuce. Early pick 5, $391.85 on 5 of 5. 50-cent trifecta, 803.50. 3-5 double, 93.16. 3-11 consolation double, $4.40. Late scratch on 11 Speed Institute. Early pick 4, $287 and change. Results and prices on race 5. Superfecta, $895.24. 135.75. Race 6. Our next stop, no scratches. Number 5, Winnie the Pooh Moment, will be ridden by Hannah Leahy. Hannah Leahy on 5, Winnie the Pooh Moment. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Here comes a 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta featured on the card, double pick 3. Post time 4:46. And they're off. Hobie Cat with You're So Greydar. Aztec is Gold. The Dover Spectre takes back with the running rail. Redemption Spite leads a charge to the first turn, along with Saturday Longlegs and Della Croce. It's Redemption Spite to the early lead for Evan Roman, just over 6 furlongs to go. Redemption Spite leads out to the stretch from Della Croce with a black cap and Aztec is Gold with the rail. Saturday Longlegs running in 4th. You're So Great are 5th. Hobie Cat is 6th with on the outside Polygloat and Last Run Between Horses. Adam Beschizza and the Dover Spectre taken back. Outside that, Bomb Cyclone. And in the early stages, while settled back by Fernando de la Cruz, Spoonie trails the quarter 22.86 seconds. Redemption Spite at a good clip to 4 furlongs from home. Tracked by Della Croce past the half mile. Aztec is Gold as a ground saving 3rd by a half length. Saturday Longlegs in 4th with Last Run in 5th. Then to the inside is You're So Great are ground saving 6th, 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes Polyglot on the far outside. The Dover Spectre with Bomb Cyclone spooning up 1 spot, and that relegates Hobie Cat to last. Half mile 46.89 seconds. These maidens coming toward the quarter pole. Redemption Spite looking to make every yard in front of Della Croce. Aztec is Gold is handy. Saturday Longlegs as Bomb Cyclone unwinds on the extreme outside. Redemption Spite into the stretch after 3 quarters in 1:11.58 seconds. It is Redemption Spite. Della Croce is under pressure. Aztec is Gold comes rallying up the rail. Saturday Longlegs. Bomb Cyclone tried to lug in. Redemption Spite. Aztec is Gold powers through for Deshaun Parker to get the victory. Aztec is Gold. Track down Redemption Spite, and then Bomb Cyclone with Della Croce. Saturday Longlegs, the Dover.
8 minutes away from race number 6, here is your paddock preview of a competitive 11-horse event in here. We're going to be on the main track, 11 horses. We've got a 14-1 winner. Deshaun Parker gave Aztecs Gold a perfect trip in race number 5. Sparked a decent little payout after a chalky beginning to the day in that early pick 5, and certainly spices things up in the late pick 5 as well. 6 furlongs, no scratches, no changes. Couple of first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience. I happen to like Creek Valley. Now, I love 6-1, but DRF projections indicate that this horse could go off as low as 2-1 in here, as the computers do fancy this one quite a bit. Lightning Fighter taking all the action early on. I think the late money is going to come in on Creek Valley, who does have 8 starts to his name and has yet to be victorious. The best finish was a second-place finish last time out. They moved up the rail, kind of tracked the top 2 in hand, and they ended up chasing Costly Pass, who was a 4-5 cinch all the way home. It was a very strung-out field, as Costly Pass was 5 lengths clear of Creek Valley, and Creek Valley turned around and was 7 lengths clear of the third-place finisher, Holiday City, as well. So Creek Valley certainly ran in a good race last time out. I think the buyer speed figure jump was deserved, all the way up to 69 off of a 38. The past career best was 52 in here. Horse could be trending in the right direction, maybe figuring things out in here. I think a duplication of that last performance puts them in the winner's circle today. Whether it's 6-1 or 2-1, I do believe Creek Valley is the play in this spot. Now, Lightning Fighter is a horse who is kind of a microcosm to what's happened to me over the years. A horse that I liked last time out. I'm jumping off. Maybe it's time for you to jump on. I love this horse here on June 4th. Thought exited a troubled trip on May 13th, where they were checked, had to completely avoid another horse going down near the wire, and likely would have won that race. They were a photo finish away from winning and getting the maiden-breaking score on May 13th. I dove in last time out, 3-2. Love the horse. Broke slow, bumped, 4 wide. It wasn't a ton of trouble. It was just kind of an even finish. There were certainly some excuses, I suppose. Did break a little bit tardy, which is a concern, and then was bumped. But overall, really no excuses last time out. Did improve from a buyer standpoint, but I was relatively unimpressed with Lightning Fighter. I jump off. Maybe you jump on the good-looking grain. It looks like many have at this point. 4-1 morning line, currently on the board at 9-5. In third, we'll go to the outside, or near the outside. It's Barca Billy, another horse who has had his opportunities. This is a horse who is going to be a price 9-1, up from that 6-1 morning line. Bendazi going to be calling the shots in here for Robert Pompel. 5 starts, 3 second-place finishes. A horse who has finished second routinely. Now, has finished second at the maiden special weight level. The last 2 seconds came at the maiden claiming ranks. I was impressed with that final time last time out. It wasn't a bad race for a maiden claiming race by any means. It was won by He's a Rig. Did come back to show good speed earlier this week before fading late against winners. But Barca Billy ran a good race. Sat off the top 2, was widest of all in the lane, and I thought fought right through the wire and was a photo finish away from being a maiden no more. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is against maiden claiming, and this is maybe the biggest jump up in the game, aside from taking on winners for the first time, going from maiden claiming to maiden special weight. However, a couple months into the season, maiden special weight starting to get a little bit watered down, and I do think horses can make the jump back up, but you will be assured a decent price on Barca Billy at 9-1. 8-10 for yours truly, as we are signing off for the week, but Miss Rachel will take you through races 7 and 8, and then Martha has the pleasure of taking you through the $126,000 400-yard sprint into the finale for the week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you're still alive in the pick 5. If not, like myself, then I'll be diving into those rolling daily doubles in pick 3. I certainly wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you all on Monday.
The horses now stepping onto the track for the 6th race. Maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 11. Number 5, Winnie the Pooh Moment, the jockey Hannah Leahy. Hannah Leahy rides number 5, Winnie the Pooh Moment. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High Fire 5, first Pentafecta featured on the card today. Double pick 3. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Going in for the maiden sprint, Samuel Bermudez with Neon Leon debuts. That newcomer went in okay, Neon Leon. Fernando de la Cruz with A-Rod Style has the pink silks on. Orlando Mexico with Lighting Fighter. Yarmari Correa, he said Cash, Lighting Fighter. Now Josh Morales with J-Pop. Come Michelle Elliott's maidens. Joseph Romero with Mr. Ezra. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Creek Valley Druate. Evan Roman with Waring. Hannah Leahy, Winnie the Pooh moment. Couple back. Alexander Bendezu with 5-time started Barca Billy. At 6 furlongs. One more with German Terraza. Cool Hunting debuts at 32-1. All in line. And the Roth Creek Valley broke sharp, as did Barca Billy. Winnie the Pooh moment, and here's Lighting Fighter. Right there is J-Pop and Mr. Ezra, part of an early scramble. It's Lighting Fighter to the front for Orlando Mexico. Short lead from J-Pop pressing, Mr. Ezra pressing, and Creek Valley is a wide fourth as they line up for the dash past the half-mile pole. That first-time starter, Neon Leon, through into fifth. After a sharp start, Barker Billy is sixth with a red cap. He said Cash with Cool Hunter covering a lot of ground. At the 3.5, then comes Waring. Winnie the Pooh moment got shuffled back, and A-Rod Style trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter clicked off in 22.02. It's Lighting Fighter as Creek Valley strides up on the outside now with the bid, and then J-Pop and Mr. Ezra between horses. This quartet clear. Neon Leon straightens away in fifth. Barker Billy is a wide sixth. He said Cash in seventh. Then Cool Hunting, A-Rod Style, Waring, and Winnie the Pooh moment into the stretch. Half mile, 45.42 with the rail. Lighting Fighter's got a furlong to get. Getting those left-handers from Orlando Mexico. Now a switch of the crop, and Lighting Fighters holding on to this advantage by 3. From Creek Valley, still trying hard. J-Pop as Mr. Ezra levels off. Barker Billy on the far outside belatedly. Near home, Lighting Fighter, holding on from Creek Valley. J-Pop third, then Barker Billy, he said Cash. One 12.73 after the maiden. We are standing by for the run order from the judges. 2 Lighting Fighter, 2-1. We'll get in ahead of 8. Creek Valley, 8-5 second. 3 J-Pop at 7-2 third. 10 Barca Billy, 7-1 fourth. And at 59-1, 7 He Said Cash gets into the pentafecta. Hold on until official. Orlando Mexico for George Leonard III. Miles Childers, Ed Wright Cattle Company, and Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated in the gold. It's a 2-1 win. Lighting Fighter out to the maiden ring. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, to Lighting Fighter with Orlando Mejica. Lighting Fighter is a 3-year-old gray roan gelding by Unbridled Express out of Jenny Vignier by Greatness. Bred in Indiana by LTB Incorporated, Ed Wright Cattle Company, and Miles Childers. George Leonard III trains for the breeders and owners, getting off the mark in his 4th run. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lighting Fighter taking out the maiden. It's official. The 2-8 exacta paid $18 even, pick 3, $114.50. 10-cent pentafecta, $76.20. 50-cent trifecta, 283, $18.85. 5-2 double, $116.40. The 10-cent superfecta returned $11.54. Barca Billy ran 4th. He said cash 5th. 112.73 and all 11 ran. Back to the turf for the 7th race. It'll wrap up that Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. Scratch 4, Stellar Lady. Scratch number 4. There are no jockey changes. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Another 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering on the turf mile. Double and starts our final pick 3 of a 9-race day. Post time in 20 minutes at 5:19. Reminding all fans here at the Shoe, no live racing tomorrow. Will be dark on Friday and this weekend. No live racing tomorrow, nor on Saturday. That's the Ohio Derby Day. No live racing on Sunday. Monday's card kicks off at 2:10 next week. And the Roth Creek Valley broke sharp, as did Barca Billy, winning the Pooh moment. And here's Lighting Fighter. Right there is J-Pop and Mr. Ezra, part of an early scramble. It's Lighting Fighter to the front for Orlando Mejica. Short lead from J-Pop pressing, Mr. Ezra pressing, and Creek Valley is a wide 4th as they line up for the dash past the half-mile pole. That first-time starter, Leon threw into 5th. After a sharp start, Barca Billy is 6th with a red cap. He said cash with Cool Huntering covering a lot of ground. At the 3.5, then comes Warring. Winnie the Pooh moment got shuffled back, and A-Rod Style trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter clicked off in 22.02. It's Lighting Fighter as Creek Valley strides up on the outside now with the bid, and then J-Pop and Mr. Ezra between horses. This quartet clear. Leon straightens away in 5th. Barca Billy is a wide 6th. He said cash in 7th. Then Cool Hunting, A-Rod Style, Warring, and Winnie the Pooh moment into the stretch. Half mile, 45.42 with the rail. Lighting Fighter's got a furlong to get. Getting those left-handers from Orlando Mejica. Now a switch of the crop, and Lighting Fighters holding on to this advantage by 3. From Creek Valley, still trying hard. J-Pop as Mr. Ezra levels off. Barca Billy on the far outside belatedly near home. Lighting Fighter holding on from Creek Valley. J-Pop 3rd, then Barca Billy, he said cash.
9 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a filly mare, 3-year-old and up, allowance optional claiming for 40,000. They're going a mile on the grass, and we have some changes in here. The 4 Stellar Lady is out. Jane Elliott is aboard the 8 Autism Community. And this was a tough one. I like Autism Community a little bit. I went back and forth between the 1 and the 7, but yes, I am going to pick the Indiana bred versus Open here on the rail. You really cannot go wrong with Tony Granite's on the grass. Tony on the turf is what I'm going to term this angle. I also, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I have a soft spot for Timeless Rose because I think it was like maybe her second attempt at maiden special weight, and I had her picked and she paid almost $20, and so she's always been, I pay attention when she runs on the turf, especially routing, which she's done most of her career really. This one though, she was at Tampa in March and April. She put up an 86 in that win at today's distance on the turf. And then she ran a mile on April 13th at Tampa and was only beaten a length and a half for third. She put up an 86 in the win and a 79 in that third place finish as of late. And she's had a couple months off. Tony's got good numbers when giving them this kind of break. She's a 7-year-old mare, but she's so game. She tries so hard every time. And she's really consistent. She gets Marcelino Pedroza, our leading jockey, aboard, which is always a good thing as well. Marcelino looking for his first win today on the card. So, yeah, I'm rooting for the Indiana bred in this group. The 7 best performers who I'm going to go with next. So I won 7-2. The 7 right now is 4-1 on the tote board. Chris Landeros comes in to ride for Joe Sharp. I always take note when Joe brings horses here. He does really well. Chris Landeros, excellent rider. He knows the track well. He rode here early of his career, so he knows what he's doing, knows the land, and does really well with these types. It's a 4-year-old filly. She has put up an 85 last time at Churchill, and she got second. She's 7th, and she still put up an 85. The 4th place finish only by a little over 2 lengths was an 82, but by far one of the highest, not by far, but one of the highest speed figures in the past was at Churchill last year at the maiden breaking win. She put up a 91. That was at a mile and a 16th on the grass. She's going a mile. At the distance, she hasn't won the particular distance of a mile, but she does have 2 seconds here. So I'm going to put her in for my exacta. Also, Chris and Joe is 2 of his last 3 starts here have been winners, and he's 17% in route races. And then Quality Star, the 2, is who I'm going to go with next, 8-5. Now, this is the one that has one of the previous highest speed figures in the group. Now, it was a long time ago, but did put up a 100 at Churchill in the Kirtana Stakes. It was a mile and a half, though. When you look at her mile races, it's the same thing. She likes routing, but I think she likes to go a little bit longer. She's got a 3rd at the flat mile, so we'll see how she does. But given the most recent form and the drop down in class, I think she is going to be right there as well. She put up an 88 2-back at Keeneland on April 20th, May 19th, and 85. And this is key 3rd off the layoff. Plus, Evan Roman riding really well. Paulo Lobo having lots of success. But out of the 6 last ones they've ridden together, they've raced together, Evan has won 2 of Paulo's last 6 that he's been aboard. So this is kind of a hot jock trainer combination angle that I was looking at. So Quality Star I'm going to put in for my try spot. But I have 1-7-2 here in this race. Right now the favorite is the 2 Quality Star, but I'm going to go with Tony Granitz and Marcelino Pedroza aboard Timeless Rose. On top, the 1. Good luck.
The horses call post were down for the 7th race. This is Distaff Turf Mile. A field of 8. Scratch number 4, Stellar Lady. Scratch the 4. No other changes. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta on the turf feature. Double pick 3. Post time for the Turf Mile. Drawing closer. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Timeless Rose. Amazon Queen, Manny Esquivel with a couple of wins on the card. Now Evan Roman with Quality Star. Chris Lenderos with Best Performer. Best Performer in. Adam Eskitsa. Vernet coming up. The Irish bred filly Vernet drew 3. Kevin Krieger with Autism Community. A couple back for the mile. Alberto Burgos with Sign of Peace. Quality Star 8-5 favorite. One more Rodney Prescott with Bumble of Love. They're in the gate. They're off. Sign of Peace broke sharp. Best Performer toward the inside. Timeless Rose with the red cap. Amazon Queen as Quality Star settles. Autism Community. Bumble of Love follows her. And Vernet has dropped back toward last. It's Sign of Peace. With Alberto Burgos, Sign of Peace leads the turf mile out to the stretch from Best Performer, Timeless Rose, both close up, and right there's Autism Community. With an early bid, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Bumble of Love on the far outside. So it's Sign of Peace, easily out in front. Sign of Peace dictates terms to Best Performer, who's nudged into second. Timeless Rose with the rail. Autism Community running in 4th. And then toward the inside is Amazon Queen, who's 4 lengths off the leader. Bumble of Love on the far outside. Vernet and Quality Star has dropped back to last. The opening quarter in 24.75 seconds. Sign of Peace takes them past the half-mile pole. 3/4 length to Best Performer. Timeless Rose, Autism Community, Amazon Queen between horses. Bumble of Love continues to cover a lot of ground, while 6 lengths off this leader. Sign of Peace, the trailers Quality Star and Vernet as they traverse the far side of the course. Half mile for Sign of Peace, 49.51 seconds. Sign of Peace looking to make every yard from Best Performer, getting her cue now from Chris Landeros, as on the outside Autism Community is gearing up for a run for Kevin Krieger. Bumble of Love on the far outside, and Timeless Rose handy with the rail. They've straightened away after 3/4 in 1 minute 13.14 seconds. It's Sign of Peace holding on to this lead. Timeless Rose, Autism Community. Quality Stars now switched out by Evan Roman for a bid in the final 16th, but it's Sign of Peace with Alberto Burgos close to home. Sign of Peace by 2, wire to wire from Quality Star, who gained second from Autism Community. Timeless Rose third, and Amazon Queen was next. Five Sign of Peace at 6-1 first. Made all with Alberto Burgos, 2 Quality Star at 8-5 was second. Number 8, Autism Community at 7-1 third. And then 1 Timeless Rose fourth, and Amazon Queen for the Pentafecta. 5-2, 8-1-6. A couple of wins on the card for Alberto Burgos here for Brendan Walsh and Runningmead Farm, Catesby Clay. Declaration of War Mare, Sign of Peace at 6-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Sign of Peace, a riding double for Alberto Burgos. Sign of Peace, a 5-year-old chestnut mare by declaration of war. Out of Avary City by Carson City. Bred in Kentucky by owner Catesby Clays, Runnymede Farm, trained by Brendan Walsh. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sign of Peace. It's official. 5-2 exacta paid $48.40, 50-cent trifecta. 5-2-8, $64.30. 2-5 double, $80.80. The 10-cent superfecta, $44.74. Timeless Rose 4th. Pick 3, 5-2-5, $475.25. And the 10-cent pentafecta, $256.98. Amazon Queen 5th. 135.89 for the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Race 8. There are no changes in it. All 7 run. No changes in the 8th. It's 19 minutes away. Closing out the card in the race week here. 9th race with the QHREI Derby Final. In the 9th, no scratches and no jockey changes. Fast track for the final 2. 5:48 post time. Thereof, Sign of Peace broke sharp. Best performer toward the inside, Timeless Rose with the red cap. Amazon Queen as Quality Star settles. Autism Community, Bumble of Love follows her. And Vernet has dropped back toward last. It's Sign of Peace. With Alberto Burgos, Sign of Peace leads the turf mile out to the stretch. From Best Performer, Timeless Rose, both close up. And right there's Autism Community. With an early bid, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Bumble of Love on the far outside. So it's Sign of Peace, easily out in front. Sign of Peace dictates terms to Best Performer, who's nudged into second. Timeless Rose with the rail. Autism Community running in 4th. And then toward the inside is Amazon Queen, who's 4 lengths off the leader. Bumble of Love on the far outside. Vernet and Quality Star has dropped back to last. The opening quarter in 24.75 seconds. Sign of Peace takes them past the half-mile pole. 3/4 length to Best Performer. Timeless Rose, Autism Community, Amazon Queen between horses. Bumble of Love continues to cover a lot of ground while 6 lengths off this leader. Sign of Peace, the trailers Quality Star and Vernet as they traverse the far side of the course. Half mile for Sign of Peace, 49.51 seconds. Sign of Peace looking to make every yard from Best Performer, getting her cue now from Chris Landeros, as on the outside Autism Community is gearing up for a run for Kevin Krieger. Bumble of Love on the far outside and Timeless Rose handy with the rail. They've straightened away after 3/4 in 1 minute 13.14 seconds. It's Sign of Peace holding on to this lead. Timeless Rose, Autism Community. Quality Stars now switched out by Evan Roman for a bid in the final 16th, but it's Sign of Peace with Alberto Burgos close to home. Sign of Peace by 2, wire to wire from Quality Star, who gained second from Autism Community. Timeless Today's result on the Horseshoe Indianapolis All-Turf Pick 3, returning $1,158.50, capped off by Sign a Piece in the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. Today's All-Turf Pick 3 returned $1,158.50. Cheers to all who took part in today's hot new summer wager.
are getting ready for race 8, which is our final thoroughbred race. We do have a quarter horse stakes race coming up. The Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby finals are in race 9. But right now we're set to go in 8 minutes to race 8, an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up allowance here. They're going a mile and 70 on the fast main track, and currently our favorite is the 7 at 9-2. Looks like it just went down to 2-1 actually. Looking good, Lewis. There aren't any changes in here, but I'm going to go with the 3 Inclined as my top selection in this race. The 3 right now is 5-2 on the tote board. Jane Elliott is aboard for Mike and Penny Lauer, who have bred, owned, and trained this 3-year-old colt. Make his 9th lifetime start. Last year, didn't really do much. Came back this year on April 17th, took a couple to get warmed up, and then broke the maiden on May 13th in a 6-furlong race by a head. Put up a 75 Brisnet speed figure, which is good for this group. And then they tried him in the Sagamore Sired Stakes. You can just draw a line through that one. Didn't do well there. They tried a route last time, and it looked like he liked it. He was second versus similar last out at today's distance and surface. And as I said earlier, honestly, anytime a horse does something for the second time, it is improvement. Second time at the distance is definitely a handicapping angle that I use, and I think pays off really well. The 6 is who I'm going to go with. Highest Memories next, which is also 5-2 on the tote board. Andres Aua is aboard for Tim Eggleston. Tim's 25% with his horses are a winner last time out. That was with claiming for 15. That horse won by almost 5 lengths, though, and put up a 70 Brisnet speed figure. It was at today's distance and surface, and I think the step up in class is a little bit daunting, but I think that was maybe a confidence booster. This horse kind of got in a rut, and I think he kind of figured out what his running style is. He's been a little bit farther off the pace usually. The closest he's been is a few lengths, other than the maiden breaking win, when he was, as you can see, set the pace. I think that's what he needs, because last time he was only a half length off the leader right there and ended up winning. So hopefully if he can get into this race early and get close enough to the leaders, I think he probably will have a pretty good shot. The other early speed is the 7, so that's one he might tuck in behind and go for, which is looks like still the favorite right now at 2-1. And then I'm going to go to the 4 that is 6-1 right now on the tote board, Knee Deep Justice. This horse just broke its maiden, so this is first time with winners. Put it in my try. German Tarazza is aboard for Tom Medina, a 3-year-old colt by Harry's Holiday, making his 8th lifetime start. But he's not done bad out of 7 starts. He's 5 of 7 in the money, so he's definitely tried, and he's been consistent. Hasn't been worse than 3rd here in the 2024 meet since he started back. And finally put it together. They stretched him out for the first time at a mile and 70 as the bettor's favorite and won by 1.5 lengths. This is a step up, obviously, first time with winners. So I put him in for a try, but I think that he's going to run pretty big here second time as well at a route. I've got 3-6-4 here in the 8th race. We are just 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 8th race. This at 1 mile and 70 yards. There are no changes in the 9th. Closing with the QH REI Derby final. 9th race over the 400 yards. No scratches and no jockey changes. Fast track. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. And this starts the late double. You're off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Gavin Ashton with Mystery Impact coming up. Santo Sandro with Theo's Promise. German Terraza. Knee Deep Justice. Knee Deep Justice went in okay. Dad's Life. Deshaun Parker has a win on the card. Jane Elliott with Inclined, like Mystery Impact, both here from Mike Lauer. Here's Inclined. Andre Zaloa with Highest Memories. At 1 mile and 70 yards. So stand by. One more. Simmer Bermudez with Looking Good, Lewis. They're in the gate. Starter Ronco had the trigger. All in. Some electrical issue here. Ron was ready. The cable wasn't. All standing well. Highest Memories, 3-5 favorite. Starter to a spot. Here we go. And they're off. Looking Good, Lewis broke outward. Sharp start for Inclined. Here comes an early bid by Highest Memories as they make their way into the first turn. Inclined in the green cap and Highest Memories vying early with 7 furlongs to run. After breaking outward at the start, Looking Good, Lewis on the far outside and toward the rail, Mystery Impact and Gavin Ashton in the Black Silks with Knee Deep Justice running in 5th as they go to the back. Theo's Promise is second to last and the trailer, That's Life. It's Highest Memories and Inclined. They're head-to-head here in the early stages with Looking Good Lewis perched just off them in third. Making this backstretch run, the opening quarter covered in 24.54 seconds. And here comes Looking Good Lewis, who's up and after the lead with Highest Memories. Inclined toward the inside for the run past the half-mile pole. Knee Deep Justice now gains 4th. Mystery Impact with the rail, the trailers That's Life and Theo's Promise. They head toward the far turn. Highest Memories at 3-5 is narrowly in front of Looking Good Lewis through a half mile in 48.80 seconds now at the 3.5. Highest Memories narrowly from Looking Good Lewis with Inclined running in third, but now with inside 3 to go. On the outside, That's Life is mounting a challenge. Knee Deep Justice is under pressure, running in 5th as they come toward the top of the stretch. Mystery Impact and Theo's Promise. It is Looking Good Lewis who's testing Highest Memories as they've battled through 3 quarters in 1 minute 13.72 seconds. That's Life is closing in. Inclined toward the inside. Coming down toward the final furlong. Highest Memories has turned back Looking Good Lewis. Challenged up the inside by Inclined. And on the outside, That's Life needs to lift. It's Highest Memories kept to the task by Andre Zaloa at 3-5. Inclined toward the inside. Highest Memories. The favorite obliges over Inclined by 2. That's Life. Finished third. Then Looking Good Lewis, Theo's Promise. Six, 3, 5, 7, 2. The full unofficial run order to race 8. First number 6. Highest Memories at 3-5. Completing the order finish, number 3, Inclined at 9-2 was second. 5, That's Life, 19 to 1/3. 7, Looking Good Lewis at 9 to 2/4, and 2, Theo's Promise for the Pentafecta. Highest Memories, repeat winner here at the meet, Andres Ulloa. For Tim Eggleston, trains Randy Burkett's Homebred. Highest Memories in at 3 to 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6th, Highest Memories with Andres Ulloa. Highest Memories is a 4-year-old big gelding by Santiva. At a Best Memories by Indy King, bred here in the Hoosier State by Randy Birkin and trained by Tim Eggleston. Wins back-to-back here this season for Highest Memories, paid 3 to 5. It's official. Results in 6-3 exacta, 1580, 50-cent trifecta. 6-3-5 paid $33.30. 5-6 double, 52.40. Looking Good Lewis, 4th. 10-cent superfecta. 6-3-5-7 paid $44.20. Pick 3, $46.55. 5-6 double, 52.40. The 50-cent lead, pick 4, returned $1,220.55. The 50-cent lead fire 5, $4,701.95. And the 10-cent pentafecta returned $93.22. Theo's Promise 5th. Favorite was first. All 7 ran, 144.62. Closing out the card, race 9, 16 minutes away. Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final. In the QHREI Derby Final, there are no scratches and no jockey changes. Over the overweights, 1 John 3, 1 6 plus 3. 2 Favorite Wave 5 over. 4 Good Time Fred Dash 3 extra pounds. 5 Revs Cowboy 5 over. 6 Cleve plus 3. 7 Buzz Brew 3 over. 9 HG Favorite Energy plus 5. And 10 AJ Pure Gold 3 extra pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The QHREI Derby Pentafecta. Post time for the final at 6:16. And the rough. Looking Good Lewis broke outward. Sharp start for Inclined. Here comes an early bid by Highest Memories as they make their way into the first turn. Inclined in the green cap and Highest Memories vying early with 7 furlongs to run. After breaking outward at the start, Looking Good Lewis on the far outside and toward the rail, Mystery Impact and Gavin Ashton in the Black Silks with Needy Justice running in 5th as they go to the back. Theo's Promise is second to last and the trailer, That's Life. It's Highest Memories and Inclined. They're head-to-head here in the early stages with Looking Good Lewis perched just off them in 3rd. Making this backstretch run, the opening quarter covered in 24.54 seconds. And here comes Looking Good Lewis, who's up and after the lead with Highest Memories. Inclined toward the inside for the run past the half-mile pole. Needy Justice now gains 4th. Mystery Impact with the rail, the trailers That's Life and Theo's Promise. They head toward the far turn. Highest Memories at 3 to 5 is narrowly in front of Looking Good Lewis through a half mile in 48.80 seconds, now at the 3.5. Highest memories narrowly from Looking Good Lewis with Inclined, running in third, but now with inside 3 to go. On the outside, That's Life is mounting a challenge. Knee Deep Justice is under pressure, running in fifth as they come toward the top of the stretch. Mystery Impact and Theo's Promise. It is Looking Good Lewis who's testing highest memories as they've battled through 3 quarters in 1 minute 13.72 seconds. That's Life is closing in, inclined toward the inside, coming down toward the final furlong. Highest Memories has turned back Looking Good Lewis, challenged up the inside by Inclined, and on the outside, That's Life needs to lift. It's Highest Memories, kept to the task by Andre Zuloa at 3 to 5, inclined toward the inside. Highest Memories, the favorite obliges over Inclined by 2. That's Life finished third, then Looking Good Lewis, Theo's Promise.
The results are in for today's contest, and today's winner is Steve DeCaspers. Steve is an online player and wins $100. Thanks for playing in Summer at the Shoe at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
Well, racing fans, you are in for a treat today because we're going to close out the card with a really, really good quarter horse stakes. This is the final of the 126,000 Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby. These are for 3-year-olds that competed in trials on June 1st. And what you'll see today is the 10 fastest qualifiers. They're going to return for the trophy. And I remember watching those races. It was on our first all quarter horse day, and believe me, there were some phenomenal performances. But for me, the standout performer on that particular day was number 10, AJ Pure Gold. This horse closed very beautifully and notched his third in a row. I mean, it wasn't just a coincidence. That horse is very well primed for his 3-year-old campaign, and this was his third in a row. As far as pedigree, by champion Apolitical Jess out of a Trace Sace mare. And if you doubt the pedigree, then listen to this number, $175,000 purchase at the Heritage Place yearling sale. So those people meant business, were interested in this horse, and they've been rewarded so far. So let's talk about his connections. Trainer Natasha Perez, she was a former rider, now doing very well in this career. She's top of the standings, tied with Tony Cunningham, 8 wins each, and her rider Diego Bocanegra is alone at the top of the standings with 10 wins so far. This is a horse I really like to be able to win this final. Next up, let's talk about Tony Cunningham, who, like I said, is the co-leader currently, last year's leading quarter horse trainer. And he won 2 editions of this stakes last year with Louisiana Faster, who, by the way, was not the fastest qualifier. I mean, it's important to acknowledge them, but it's not a done deal for the fastest qualifier to win these finals, either derbies or futurities. But number 9, HG Favorite Energy, is a very well-bred horse. He's a son of Favorite Cartel, and he finished in the money 6 of his 7 starts. Oklahoma-bred gelding, obviously very consistent, but also talented. As his 2-year-old, he actually qualified for 3 stakes and won the Grade 3 John Deere Juvenile Challenge. So he's some horse who could really step up this afternoon. All right, let's go next to number 5, and that's Rev's Cowboy. Made his Horseshoe Indianapolis debut in the trials because he had been previously running at in other states and made 1 start this year at Remington Park, which we've always talked about, very, very tough. Felix Barraza trains the son of the highly regarded stallion Flying Cowboy 123. And just as a sidebar, Saturday night when I was at Sam Houston Race Park for our stakes closing night, there was a horse by the name of Fire Cowboy, obviously a son of Flying Cowboy 123, who won the Sam Houston Derby, and that marked his 7th win in a row. So I just say, when you see those Flying Cowboy 123s, you know you're seeing a good horse. All right, and I'm going to round up my top 4 with number 8, and that's Trace of Blood. This horse also closed very well in his trial for trainer Claudio Barazza, who really has a good record in stakes company. He doesn't have the most horses here in at Horseshoe Indy, but he does really well with them when it comes down to the big races. This is a gelding sired by Apolitical Blood. He began his career in New Mexico and then won 2 races and down there with very good speed indexes prior to making his first start here, and that was in the trials under Edgar Diaz, who has the return call today. So I'm going 10, 9, 5, 8. Good luck to each of the connections, and just a shout out to QHRAI, the wonderful organization, state-bred organization that had done so much to grow quarter horse racing in Indiana. When this race first began in 1987, the purse was $10,000. Now today, these 3-year-olds are racing for $126,000. So way to go, great progress. We're going to see a really, really nice final in just a few minutes.
Stepping onto the track for the 9th race, the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final. Over the 400 yards, no scratches, no jockey changes. Here's the field for the QHREI Derby Final 1, John 316. Alberto Serran riding for Hector Sanchez, trains for Brisa Ala Ventura Hernandez. Number 2, Favorite Wave with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Jesse Vasquez trains for R. Chavez Racing LLC, Roberto Chavez. 3, VGK Dynasty with Fernando Morin back on board. Guadalupe Arevalo trains for Oscar Varese. 4, Good Time Fred Dash. Last out winner here for Sol Lopez. Mira Garcia trains, co-owns with Daniel K. Aguilar. 5, Revs Cowboy with Rolanda Pina. Felix Peraza trains for Quadra JM LLC, Jose Mendoza. 6, Cleve with Martin Muniz back on board. Now trained by Ricardo Martinez. The Whiting Ranch homebred Steve Whiting. 7, Buzzbrew with Francisco Quintero taking the call from Guadalupe Arevalo. Postword for Rosa Arevalos Racing Stables. 9 is Teresa Blood. Edgar Diaz riding for Claudio Barraza. Trains for Campos Family Ventures, LLC. 9 HD Favorite Energy. Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. Lisa Cunningham owns. And number 10, AJ Pure Gold, has been in winning form here. Onto the hands of Diego Bocanegra, trained by Natasha Perez for Alan J. Brenner's BFD Farms. The field for the final for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the Quarter Horse Pentafecta. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby Final. Good time Fred Dash uses the flipping halter. AJ Pure Gold to that outside gate. The first couple in for the final. Clean floated. Now favored wave. John 316 still circling next to the gate. John 316 coming up. Again, they loaded AJ Pure Gold to that outside gate. be VG King Dynasty, the grain coming forward with Buzzbrew. Buzzbrew went right in. VG King Dynasty. Trace of Blood. Revs Cowboy. With AJ Pure Gold loaded. One more. Danny Martinez with HD Favorite Energy. $126,000 added. The final to close out the card, Monday post time 2:10. So here we go. 400 yards, they're in the gate. Off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby final. Revs Cowboy broke sharp. Here comes Cleve with a charge. Trace of Blood right there with Buzz Brew to the inside. VGK Dynasty past the 220. It's Revs Cowboy Cleve, and here comes Trace of Blood, who's storming home for Edgar Diaz. Trace of Blood, Trace of Blood, Trace of Blood in the final. Trace of Blood Cleve with next across was Revs Cowboy, then HG Favorite Energy, John 312, AJ Pure Gold, and a good time Fred Dash among those next across in the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRII Derby Final. Photo finish after the final. Also, it'll be up to the judges. There'll be an inquiry into the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final. Photo finish, and now an inquiry into the $126,000 added feature. With an ongoing inquiry into the QHREI Derby Final. 8-6-5-1-10 posted. 8 Trace of Blood. 4-1 first. We'll take out the trophy in the final. Nice shot there from Brian Robledo. To the winner goes the spoils, and that trophy will be in the hands of the connections of Trace of Blood. But stand by for the outcome of the inquiry. Second, the 6 Cleve at 13-1. 5 Revs Cowboy, 8-1 third. 1 John 316 at 15-1 fourth. There's Trace of Blood, half length to Cleve, a neck to Revs Cowboy. John 316 the rail, a nose to the 10. AJ Pure Gold, fifth. 8-6, 5-1-10, 19.960, fast no wind. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8th Trace of Blood with Edgar Diaz. Tres of Blood is a 3-year-old big gelding by Apolitical Blood. Out of the Tres Sais mare, Tres Sais Game Chick. Bred in the Pelican State by Keith and Kyla Renfro. Claudio Barraza trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC, Gladys Campos and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tres of Blood. Takes out the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final. There was an inquiry into the running. That inquiry has been withdrawn. 8.65.110 and 19.960. Again, the stewards confirming no action taken by them after the running of the QHREI Derby Final. No action taken by the stewards. It's official. Final results in. We'll have a pentafecta carryover to that finale on Monday's card. $4,366 to that quarter horse finale on Monday when racing resumes. Pick 3, $105.55. Exacta paid $122.40. Trifecta, $186.25. Double, $19.80. Superfecta, $432.92. Trophy presentation being made now to the winning connections of Tres of Blood. Congratulating Campos Family Ventures LLC, winning trainer Claudio Barraza, and winning jockey Edgar Diaz. And 19.960, Tres of Blood, the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final champion. Again, that quarter horse pentafecta onto Monday's card. $19.960. That will wrap up today's live racing program. Just to remind everyone, next live race card with that quarter horse Grand High 5 carryover will be on Monday. Monday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Follow us on social at HS Indy Racing. But stay tuned. Coming up next from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Racing Rachel with the post-race show next.
Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final goes to Tres of Blood. Claudio Barraza for the Campos family wins, and Edgar Diaz is here. Claudio's going to translate for him. I don't know, maybe we should get a different translator, because I was just told they were messing with Edgar last time, told him that something that Claudio didn't say, but this is the first stakes win for this one, and wow, what an amazing, really the trial was really good too. He's really popping clear and doing really well.
Well, yeah, I mean, he ran good at the trial. He surprised me. I don't know if he could go the 400, but today he kind of, he showed us he could.
Yeah. He definitely looked strong, and I've interviewed you a few times here. It's kind of getting to be a habit to interview in the winner's circle. How excited are you to get this win?
Well, I'm really excited for this one. This is our first big stakes of the year, and I'm excited for this horse.
All right, so Edgar, walk us through it. It looked like the middle was really fast, but ended up you were on the outside and kind of came around him.
Oh, pues el caballo tuvo una pequeña tropezada al salir de las puertas. Se tropezó poquito, pero como sabemos que el caballo trabaja bien las tierras de arriba, entonces pues nomás le dimos confianza y lo tratamos de presionar un poquito desde abajo para que cerrara más fuerte para arriba.
Well, he said the horse stumbled a little bit coming out the gates, and he just kind of let him catch his groove. And he said he had faith that he was going to close hard, so he did.
That's skill that you can remember all that. All right, you guys, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
De nada. All right, guys, the QHREI Derby goes to Tres of Blood, and Claudio Barraza, again, get to interview him. This is the end, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
yards. They're in the gate. Off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby final. Revs Cowboy broke sharp. Here comes Cleve with a charge. Trace of Blood right there with Buzz Brew to the inside. VGK Dynasty past the 220. It's Revs Cowboy Cleve, and here comes Trace of Blood, who's storming home for Edgar Diaz. Trace of Blood, Trace of Blood, Trace of Blood in the final. Trace of Blood, Cleve with next across.